right. And we are live. Welcome to the stream. So this week, doing a bit more of the development on this game that I've been working on in Unreal Engine 5, which is this slime platformer-based game where you play as this happy little slime. Pretty much everything so far in this game is still just in like testing, early development. Got a couple like very rudimentary levels that have been started and edited in progress while I get the mechanics down and make this happy little slime, which doesn't have a name yet. Could probably give him a name. Don't know what the name would be. And to be quite honest, I'm not entirely sure what to work on today or what to add. A couple ideas. So one idea is I could add more of these little facial expressions and create logic for his facial expressions to change. Because right now it's just this little plane, little 2D plane that sits just inside the little slime. See, like that. And I could add more logic to switch out the facial expressions based off of whatever criteria that I want. So preferably him like hitting stuff or making like a fast jump, or if he's moving past a certain speed, to change out the facial expressions that way. My iced coffee here. Helps me think on these longer streams. Another option is something that I have no idea how hard it will be or how long it will take. I'd imagine decently hard and would be decently time consuming. Is maybe making like a little swinging mechanic. Long Arm 358. Thanks for joining the stream here. Yeah, the facial expressions, there is already a little bit of logic for changing them because there was, so these little facial drawings right here are like streaking little, basically instead of like motion blur, creating like streaks for the face as he moves faster, which I didn't really like how it looked, to be honest. But the logic is already there to change out the facial expression. I just got to put in criteria for it. I think you should add a few puffy clouds, stylized clouds. Yes. Yeah. So I completely agree. This whole, actually, all of these volumetric clouds are eventually going to be turned off and deleted from the game. This is just like the default Unreal Engine volumetric clouds, which I'd imagine are adding a lot of demand to the performance here. But yes, I want to create a whole different like cloud system, whether they're actual like volumetric models of clouds or whether they're just like in the distance. Depends. Probably something in the distance. I don't imagine you're going to be interacting or seeing clouds that frequently. So something like that is definitely a good idea. And ultimately, I do want to add a different like post-processing world shader that is kind of like a toon style shader. But like some close-up elements is what I meant. Oh, like, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, like, okay, I see what you're saying. Like giving you the impression that you're very high up in the sky and you can see these clouds like much closer to you. It's a good idea. I'm still kind of getting the actual mechanics of the game together as far as like prototyping what I think is going to be a mainstay mechanic, what mechanics I want to add, just really rounding out the fun of the moment-to-moment gameplay. Okay, don't steal my ideas, okay? Yeah, they'll I'm not going to steal your ideas. They'll be my original 100% only thought of by me and my brain ideas. Definitely not with your assistance. Oh, I didn't mean to hit yes on that. I need to get that window to go away. I think there's like a remember choice, but I don't really like when it reopens the different windows that I had open before. Another thing that I wanted to do was add like little bubble particles inside the slime. But the issue I was having there is I was getting this like flickering effect whenever I would add in particles. Like from some angles, the particles would like essentially not be obscured by the slime at all. In some angles, it would actually look like it's in the slime. Here, I'll show you an example. I think I might still have the particle system in the blueprint. I think it's just disabled right now. PP slime ball. I think this is the one we're using right now. Port. The material makes it look all wonky when it's in the blueprint here for some reason, but it looks perfectly fine out in the game space. But what I wanted to show you was, yeah, so Niagara asset. Yeah, so there's like these little bubble particles, but you can see they're like flickering, which I don't really know how to stop. I don't know why they flicker like that. I don't know if maybe it's the material of the ball itself that causes this little bit of flickering. And ultimately, that's not like the movement pattern that I'd like for the bubbles. I'm just trying to actually make it look like it's inside the slime before I start like messing with how the bubbles move around in there. I finally got a tiny foothold on Niagara yesterday. Yeah, I am completely green to Niagara. I don't have any idea like the extent that it can be used for. I just know it's used for particles, and I've seen examples of very complicated systems made with Niagara. Very, very complicated systems. So I know that it's capable of doing a lot. Definitely don't know how to get anywhere close to those insane complicated examples that I've seen. But for right now, I'm just using it for like little bubble particles. But yeah, I don't know why we have this issue here. I'm wondering if the particles need to actually be part of the material itself. That was something else I was trying to figure out, is how to have the particles be incorporated into the material rather than just being like a separate component here in the blueprint. Because the material for the ball, and that's the sphere. There's an invisible sphere in here that's actually driving the collision of it rolling. But the SKM slime ball has this material here. Can I open it from here? I think I can. Browse. Texture in the content browser. I could have swore. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, so we have this like translucent material here. And that's something I did mean to look more into between last stream and this stream, was actually putting the particles in the material itself. And I know that there are a lot of particle nodes in the material section, but I don't know if that's intended to affect external particles or if that's like adding particles specifically to this material here. And everything I looked up online, I couldn't really get a good result. I don't know if I was just wording my queries incorrectly or in a poor way, but every time I would search for some type of answer for this, it would come up with like how to apply a material to the particle itself rather than like adding particles to an existing material, like having that be part of the material. Because I think I understand how to make the little particles have their own material that, you know, essentially I could maybe make these little, like the bubbles use this material as their appearance, but I don't know how to add particles to a material so that it's part of the material itself. I would think it's maybe another output node like this, or input node, output node. I think these are called output nodes. It's confusing because you input things into it, but I think this is ultimately called an output node. Is there an output? No. I was hoping there'd be like an output category here. See, there's a Niagara category. Convert Niagara position to world space. Niagara decompress quaternion. Oh my gosh. Niagara mesh reproduction spray UVs, Niagara rotate mesh particle with quaternion. That word quaternion sounds scary. Yeah, so I don't know. It might not even be possible to achieve what I'm trying to achieve here. I think it might have to be actually included here. I'm wondering, hang on. Okay, I'm wondering maybe if I disconnect this here, because this is like the moving texture that gives it like a little bit of liquidity, or like a liquid appearance. Liquidity is not the right word there, but like a liquid appearance to the refraction. I wonder if I apply that. I wonder if that's what's affecting the particles in there. No, it's still flickering. Why do you flicker, Bubbles? Why do you do this to me? I don't know. Maybe it's the refraction itself. Maybe if I turn off or disconnect refraction entirely, just have it be like straight see-through. No, they're still flickering. And if I was to hit play, oh, now it's looking okay. Oh no, there it goes. See, yeah, there's like a little bit of yeah, that's the issue that I'm having there. Ultimately, I might just not have bubbles inside of the slime. I don't think you need bubbles. That's more of like a polish that I'm adding. So I don't think I need to be polishing stuff right now. I think I can just live without the little bubbles in there. It is a bummer. I don't know why that's a problem, but we'll get rid of that for now. It's not essential. Okay. So one idea for a mechanic is to maybe add like a little like grapple system, because right now I have this like dash system in place. And another thing eventually is I'll probably get rid of the bar that's down there and maybe create some type of like perfect timing mechanic. And or maybe just adjust the bar, or the meter, I should say. Maybe just adjust the meter so that it's not looking so like default Unreal. I could just add like a different UI element that's hand drawn, or I could make like the screen shake, or I could make like the slime itself shake a little bit. The slime's already shaking. Maybe I could make the slime like sort of like pull back a little bit, like kind of stretch backwards, almost like it's about to, you know, release and like slingshot itself across whichever direction that you're aiming. But I did want to toy with maybe making some type of like little Spider-Man grapple system. But then that begs the question, should it be wherever you're pointing? Should it like automatically attach to like pre-designated points? Like with a little like UI thing that like highlights where it can attach to, and you just press a button. It also sounds like it could be a lot of work for a mechanic that might not ultimately serve the gameplay that well. Well, it could be fun. So let's see if I think I'll start with that. I'm gonna try to come up with a little something like that. All right, slime ball. So I'm going to need some type of visual representation of it. So maybe, okay, so I'm going to need some type of way to shoot a line trace from where you're looking out to a direction. Although that also might interfere with the fact that I have the slime in the center. So maybe I should not have the slime in the center. Maybe the slime should be like a little bit, maybe positioned downward a little bit. Let's try that. I am interested in maybe moving this a little bit. Here, actually, let me put it on snapping so I can get it back to position if I want. A little easier. It's a little harder to aim. Also, why do I have the main menu selected? I need to go to a test level. Yeah, save that. Let's bring that down to like here. Maybe not that far, but I do think that the slime probably shouldn't be the dead center of the screen. Something like this isn't bad. And I would also need some type of crosshair to aim with that. And that was something that I wasn't really wanting to add, was a crosshair. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I would like to implement that. If I would really want it to be like just free form, like latching onto stuff, or if I'd want it to be like pre-designated spots. I'm thinking maybe pre-designated spots might be the way to go. Okay. So, all right, let's close out the material. I don't need that. I am going to need to add some type of line trace logic. What's this here? Oh, that's the pause. Okay. Well, I don't know why that's not commented. Pausing. And this is no longer needed right here because I'm not controlling the skeletal mesh directly, which was another experiment. I'm actually controlling the collision sphere that's inside it, which you can't see, but there is a sphere inside of the slime ball that controls how it's rolling. No, I mean, this is what episode is this showing on? Like 22. So I do this once a week. I started out going through just like pre-made courses. I think it was Unreal University, and there was one on Unreal's website specifically that I had started that I didn't finish, and then just toying around and experimenting. So no, this is all it's all done on stream. If you go back to my very first stream, it's just me going through courses. So it's just consistency. I do it once a week on the same day, every week. Because I wanted to avoid a situation where I was trying to do it like multiple times a week and getting burnt out, because then that would lead me to take like a longer break, and that break would turn into an even longer break, and then just ultimately feeling like I'm burnt out and falling off of it. So it's just once a week consistently. And I feel like that's really helped keep me on track with my progress and my overall education. But I do agree. I do think that maybe I should change the title of my stream and just like the pretense of my stream going forward. I don't know if I would call myself a complete beginner at this point. Maybe just some type of, maybe phrasing it around just like making my first game in Unreal. Or something of that regard. I do think you're right, though. I do think that like complete beginner learns Unreal 5 might not be completely accurate anymore. Also, I've had a lot of help. I've had my mod, which I'm not sure if he's here yet, Bacon Guy. He does Unreal professionally. So pretty much any time I've had like a question, or if I've run into an issue or needed help figuring something out, he has pretty much always been there to help guide me in the right direction or explain certain things, or in some cases even like create like little examples or add to the project in certain ways as well. So he's been vital to my education to this point. So I've had a great tutor as well along the way. So that is a huge contributing factor. I would not be this far in my progress, I'd say, without my mod tutoring me. Bitrate issue. Oh no, that's fine. Okay. Got like a little notification about some issue with the bitrate, but it looks fine. Hey, Bacon Guy. Here he is. Nice to see you. I was just telling another viewer here, Longarm 358, about how a lot of my progress, at least the speed of my progress, is very much assisted by your great tutoring. Because he seemed to think that I had some type of game dev experience before this, which I really don't. Other than like opening Unreal a couple times, like in the past, like every now and again throughout the years, I don't have any actual experience. I've just kind of poked around, realized I don't know what I'm doing, then gave up. Okay, so what I was working on here, Bacon Guy, is I am going to try to implement some type of like line trace system because I would like to experiment with creating like a little grapple for the slime guy. Like maybe just like a little slime, I don't know, snot string or whatever that shoots out, or slime string or whatever you call it. You know, he already looks like a little booger. So that's what I'm going to start working on right now. Then maybe create some type of like wire or connector that renders in between the slime and the platform. I don't know if I want it to be like a free form, like you can just shoot it anywhere, or if I want it to be like a pre-designated position, like a little UI element that pops up when you can actually attach to something. So I'm just going to experiment with that a little bit. Okay. And it might not actually end up staying in the game. That's another thing I'm unsure about. I don't know if I want that to actually be a mechanic. I might just stick with the dashing, but I feel like part of the fun of this is the movement, like dashing around, getting from one point to another. So why not add like a little grapple? So I am looking up some documentation on line tracing. Line trace by channel. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that would have to be part of the camera. Okay. I don't know why the documentation is saying to put it on tick. I assume that's just like for shooting or first person, BP first person character blueprint. It wants me to put that on tick, which doesn't feel right. I don't want a line trace shot every tick. Just want it shot when I click a button. So let's try that. I'm going to have to create function in here at some point. So line trace by channel. Ooh, line trace component. I wonder what that does. Let's take a look. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to have like an actual an input action trigger this. So I think right now Yeah, so left clicking is dashing. So why not make right clicking the line trace? I'll just make another action. Input. And every time I make like a new action, I have to remember how I did it before. Okay, yeah, so I'm just making individual data assets. So we will make a new input action. Grapple. All right, and I definitely have to reference the old ones to remember how this even looks. Is it the IMC? I think it's the IMC where I actually set the bind for it. Yeah, because this, I don't think I need to change anything here. I think I just need to do that in the IMC. So we'll do key mapping. Are there no key mappings here? Is it a mouse look? Nope. All right, let's see. Back to default. Maybe I missed something. Mappings, there we go. Yeah. Okay. So we'll do grapple. And that will be right click. Reference these other ones here as well. Okay, so I don't really need to change anything else here right now. Not sure what triggers are. Never really messed with any of these, or like modifiers. Oh, I feel like I do remember one of the tutorials using a modifier when creating like a custom like forward, back, left, right movement system. It's just like moving forward is the same thing as moving backwards, but the modifier is like flip or negative. That's all I really remember about that. All right. So we've got, let's get rid of the mouse look one. I don't need that there. Grapple is right mouse button. I think that's all I got to do. Pressed and released. Yeah, pressed and released. I think that's all I need there as well. Ooh, hold. Maybe pressed and released is fine. I don't think I need to worry about holding. And released. I think that's all I got to do for that. So we'll do enhanced. Grapple. Okay. And what was that? Line trace by channel. Line trace by channel. All right, now yeah, the camera. Okay. Okay, and then that goes into, okay, it says to drag off and get the world location and the world rotation. Got it. It's world location. then get world rotation. And get world location goes into start. Get world rotation. Drag off the get world rotation node and add a get forward vector. Then drag off that and add a vector times float node set to 1500. Why is it set to 1500? We are getting the rotation and the forward vector extending outward by 1500. This value is the length of the trace. Got it. Okay. Well, is that like the max length? I guess you would want a max length, so that makes sense. Hit forward vector. And that was the vector times float. Add a vector times float node. There is... I'm going to straight copy and paste what the Unreal documentation says the name of this node is, because I don't... Yeah, that is not the name. Context sensitive? Is that it? Nope. This is copy and pasted what Unreal's documentation says the name of that node is. So that doesn't seem to be right anymore. Maybe just multiply? No. Float? Let's turn off context sensitive. Multiply by pi. Nope. Like a math section here. Well, I'm figuring this out. How's your week been, Bacon Guy? Any progress on your other projects? Either your own personal project or the one that you were contracted for? I don't know why I have the cat cam on right now. I'm gonna turn that off. There is no cat in here at the moment. Okay, maybe there's like all possible actions. Yeah, there's not even one named vector times float. Maybe there's no space. Vector X. Nope. Oh, speaking of cat, I think I got one trying to bang down my door right now. Maybe if I just put a multiply in and then do that. And to float. Yeah, there we go. That is the solution right there. It's weird that it didn't tell me that's what I was supposed to do here. Sometimes the documentation, I feel like, assumes that you have a certain level of knowledge already. Doing good, just grinding, hoping to get something playable this year. Hell yeah, man. Sounds awesome. Definitely interested in seeing your progress whenever you end up having like some results you're comfortable sharing. All right, there we go. She is in her bed. And then times this by 1500. We're getting the rotation and the forward vector extending outward from it by 1500. Drag off the get world location node and add a vector plus vector node. Okay. Here. Add. And then that goes into here, looks like. I feel like this details panel doesn't... I'm trying to think of when I've needed to use this details panel right here while I'm in the event graph. I guess it's the same details panel. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's if I click over here. But for now, when I'm just messing with this stuff, you can go by the wayside, down over here. Okay, let's drag you out. Let's go over here. Then this goes into end. Okay. Go like here, I guess. Probably an easier way to organize this, but this is what I'm going with. Well, this could probably just be over here, but for some reason in my brain, it makes the most sense to have like the input or output. I think this is an input node. Yeah. Just having the start of it be over here. So yeah, the screenshot shows it like this, which to me just does not make sense in my brain. Okay, we're taking the location of the camera and extending it out 1500 units based on its rotation and the forward vector. On the line trace by channel node, set the draw debug type to 4:1 frame. Yeah, 4:1 frame. Because it only needs to shoot the line trace out just for 1 frame, and then that determines where a visual rope or string or whatever will render from the ball to the point, and will also be where it like pivots from. Ignore self. Yeah, definitely. Okay, drag off the execution out pin of the line trace by channel node and add a print string. Oh, just for... Gotcha. Just to say what it hit, I guess. Yeah, this will allow the debug print. This will allow... gosh, I know how to read words. This will allow us to debug print the object we hit with our trace. Perfect. That was print string. Print. And then the out hit needs to be a break hit result. Okay. Back off the hit actor. into here. Okay. Right? Is that what? Yeah, hit actor. I guess they just updated the way this node looks. Does not look like this in the screenshot. It's just like a separate little pill with a blue dot and a pink dot over here. There's no like get display name title on it. That's probably just an update visually. Move this over here. Let's probably tighten this up a little bit. And comment that. Actually, let's bring that up here. Comment. Line trace. Or maybe grapple line trace. Or, I don't know why I capitalized that. Line trace for grapple. There we go. Oh, the draw debug type is this one frame. It's for just a little debug line. It hasn't. I don't think it has anything to do with. Yeah, it has nothing to do with how often the trace is occurring. Because in the example here that they have, it's for they have to put it on tick. And I think that's if you wanted to like hold it, maybe. Let's hit play. They are all called box. And also that is it's an interesting line trace. It's just kind of going everywhere, isn't it? It's not really going where I'm pointing. So let's fix that. So camera, get world location, get world rotation, get forward vector. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's happening. Well, I feel like no, it's not. Okay. I wonder what happens when I put it on tick. I think I already have a tick here somewhere. I'm just going to do something real messy here just to like see how that works, just to test it. I'm going to also drag this way over here. Oh, which does not actually work. Okay. It has to be like part of the tick flow already. Gotcha. Okay. I don't want it on tick to begin with, so. I guess I could just do this. Just drag it off the ends. Okay, that does help me visualize, I think, what the issue is here. It's like using the velocity of the camera to determine where it's going, where that... Okay. Okay. Something here is not get forward vector. Maybe that's the problem. No, maybe it's the rotation. Camera get forward vector. No. Get forward vector here. Then try that. Just ignore these. No, it's still doing that. Okay, so it wasn't that. Get rid of that. Back here, and here. I feel like maybe something here is not right. Let me look at the example again. No, that's exactly how they have it set. The example multiplication doesn't have a little add pin here. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter. That's just to add multiple things that it multiplies by. Yeah, first person camera, which camera goes into get world location. Yep. And get world rotation, which goes into get forward vector, which returns into this multiply by float, goes up into an addition. And so this also goes down into the addition. That pin goes out into the end pin. And this goes out into the start pin. Huh. Out hit, yep. To the hit actor. Yeah, I don't think this is going to have anything to do with the direction it's facing. It's the start and end logic here that seems to be failing me, or that I'm failing on, I should say. So it does point directly forward when I'm not moving. It just is pointing towards the direction of the rotation. Yeah, so it does have something to do with, I think it's, I feel like it has something to do with these two right here. I think I need to do something different with the get world rotation and the get forward vector. No, I don't think I'm going to find the solution on this page here, because this is pretty much exactly oh, maybe the spring arm? No, I don't think the spring arm is going to change anything. I'm going to try it. I'm going to at least try it. No, I don't want a set. I want a get. There was a convert to get. There we go. Yep. Let's disconnect camera. This here. Oh, no. No, that's definitely not it. That's funny though. Okay. So I think it is the camera. I do need to be using the camera here. Need to figure out. Okay, yeah, so it's definitely these here, this logic here. I feel like I need something other than rotation. I just tried doing the get forward vector for the camera. That feels like that would be the solution, but as it is not. Yeah, it still does the exact same thing. Which begs the question, why do I need this get world rotation if it does the exact same thing if I just plug it straight into a get forward vector? Because so the vector is where it's moving. That is like the calculation of its movement at that point. So I don't need the movement. I just need it to shoot like where the camera's looking. So I'm not sure what that would be called. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to ask the built-in Unreal AI assistant. I have an issue with my line trace solution. Currently, if the camera is not rotating, my line trace shoots straight forward. Although once I start rotating the camera, the line trace points in the direction the camera is rotating. Do I have to just describe this whole thing? I really wish that this could have like access to the project itself to view the logic, because I'm gonna have to explain the exact logic flow that is happening here. Logic starts on event tick, then feeds into line trace by channel. The start pin is fed by the camera's get world location. The end pin is fed by the camera's. Here, I'm going to put this back to how it was. Delete that. This goes into here. Goes into here. is fed by the camera's get rotation, which leads to vector, which leads into a multiply vector multiplied by float. I have a cat on my arm. Oh, that's cute. What's your cat's name? What's the goal? Okay, so here, let me copy this so I don't have to type all this out again in case I need it. Is it not? Okay, there we go. All right, so the goal is I am trying to create a line trace to like designate a point that will ultimately be grappled between that point and the slime itself. Right now, I'm just trying to get the line trace to only shoot where the camera is looking at that exact moment, but it seems to be pointing where the camera is rotating towards. See? Which is not the desired result. If it stays still, like it is pointing directly forward, but if I start moving it, it's like pointing in the direction the camera's facing, which is the solution that the Unreal documentation has for using a single line trace by channel. And I think I've narrowed it down to it being a problem with either these two nodes here. So something in these two nodes is causing it to point where the camera's moving, which I think it has to do with the vector, get forward vector. Is there a get forward direction? The axis? No. Get forward. Yeah, so I think it's because the vector is, if I'm not mistaken, it's like the direction, the calculated direction of the movement, which would make sense that that's where it's moving to. I just don't know why the Unreal documentation has told me that's what I need to do when setting up a line trace by channel. So if we come all the way down to the end solution here, this is what it's having me do. And that's exactly, essentially how I have it set up. But with this solution, it causes it to point in the direction the camera is rotating towards rather than like always straight on. No, I don't want to trace the camera direction because I want it to trace like wherever the camera is currently looking at directly centered. Because if this is going to be used to like attach a grapple point somewhere, I want it to be like where, I don't have a crosshair yet, but think of there being like a crosshair on the screen. I want it to go where the crosshair is going. Whereas if I start turning this way, the line trace is going to point at whatever is, I guess it flipped this way here. There we go. It flipped that way, it's going to point and grapple to something over here, and vice versa. It's going to grapple to something over here when I want it to grapple directly to the point where the crosshair would be on. I hope that makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm explaining that correctly. Oh my gosh, why is my YouTube stream so far behind? I'm looking at the live stream studio dashboard here, and that's so far behind. That's got to be a delay of like at least 20 minutes. Maybe I just got to refresh. Okay, yeah, it was just, yeah, that's not a problem. I had the cursor dragged way back for whatever reason. But yeah, so that is what I'm trying to do, is I want it to always shoot directly forward at wherever the like crosshair is pointed at. It is doing what you want. The line is just giving the illusion of shooting to the side because it's rendered a frame late. Oh, okay. Interesting. So that would be something here then that I have to change. Just draw time. Maybe like forward duration. No, that's not what I want. That is an epileptic rave party. Persistent? No, also not what I want. One frame. So right now I have it on event tick, just so I could see it constantly, like where it's pointing. But if I were to instead change that out for the input action that I created, it's still like rendering in that direction, you know? So I want it to always shoot dead center, which it does if I'm not moving. I'm just not sure how to get it to be accurate like that, because it seems like this delay would cause an issue for the use case that I'm trying to create this for. So that is the issue I'm currently trying to solve. Just trace complex. No, that's not what I need. It is dead center, it's just the debug that's late. Oh. Okay. 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 Oh yeah, you're right. Wait. Okay, yeah. So if I try to like hit the cube as I'm moving, it is attaching to the cube. That's weird. I don't know why there'd be a delay on the debug like that. Is there any way that you know of to fix that delay on the debug? Which I guess it's not required. It'd just be nice to not have that delay. Trace channel camera. What does that do? No, that's not what I want. Yeah, it's on visibility. Okay. Now, if I can't fix that, then I'll just have to move on to the logic of actually rendering something from, I guess, the dead center of the slime. That's going to be an interesting visual problem to solve. Make it look like it is actually attached to the slime rather than just like an extra object being rendered on the slime. You know what I mean? Which is also another reason I am not certain if this will end up being a mechanic with the way that I have this visually set up. Because to make it look like it's actually the slime itself shooting out rather than it just being a separate object, that's going to be tough. That's going to be a tough visual problem to solve. I'm trying to think of maybe if there's any other alternate solutions rather than it being an actual part of the slime. I guess it could just be like a straight up grapple hook, like a separate piece of like gear that you pick up. It actually is a grapple rather than it having to be the slime itself that is attaching. That's just why I even started making this grapple to begin with, because I thought it would make sense. Like, you know, he's a slime, he's malleable. You can shoot out a little piece of his slime body to attach to stuff. But I don't want to like, you know, beat myself into submission in order to get something that looks decent. Like, I feel like that'd be an easier solution or an easier problem to solve if I didn't have this like translucency on the shader, but I want this translucency on the shader. I think it looks really nice. I would hate to like get rid of the translucency just to make the like the slime grapple look more realistic. But for now, I'm just gonna do something as like, I'm gonna create something that looks bad just as like a visual test. I can get rid of these here. Get rid of that. Bam. I could have swore there's like a wire component, like, excuse me, sorry, like a visual cable component. I'm not sure what you're picturing. Like with the grapple hook or with the trace. I'm just, yeah, it's more of just like a experimentation, because I'm thinking like, you know, he's a little slime that's malleable, so I'm thinking like a little like part of his slime body like shooting out and like attaching to something, almost like a little string that shoots out from him. There is a cable component, okay. But that's what I was saying, is that I feel like that would be a hard problem to solve visually, of like making it actually look like it's part of the body that's shooting out. Because of the translucency, I feel like it'd be difficult to make it seem like it's actually part of the body rather than like a separate object that's being rendered. You know what I mean? So that's why I was thinking maybe just actually make it a separate piece of gear that you can either pick up or use, so that I don't have to worry about solving the problem of making it look like it's the slime itself attaching. Jim the Dandy. Poopy Pants? Just Poopy Pants? What a great first chat to send. Thanks, Jim the Dandy. Poopy Pants with more exclamation. I wish I had an answer for you, Jim the Dandy. I'm not sure what the question is. The slime is not pooping his pants. I'm not pooping my pants. Are you pooping your pants, Jim? Is there something you want to share with the class? There is a cable. Neat. Yeah, so I feel like I'm going to have this be invisible. Until it needs to be, until you actually grapple. Poopy pants, period. More of a statement, I see. That's okay. Everyone poops their pants every now and again. Okay. Turn value Boolean. feel like impact point is what I'm going to need here. Oh, because it's converting it to string. Okay. So that means on grapple, this will need to attach. Okay, so I think I know what my logic is here. So actually, let's bring cable out. Do I would think that there's got to be. Here, let's compile this. I feel like there's got to be a way. Okay. I see. So I need this. I need this end to be in the center. Okay, that was my problem. I see. It's got to be like an end point, right? Should we fix the start to something or just leave it free? I see. Attach end. Okay, yeah. So the end location, okay. End location. Set end location. Be here. And then set visibility. New visibility is on. Oh, I gotta expand this. Put all this like over here. This over like there, that there. I thought there was like an on. There was a way to detect like when I let go of it. How did I have it set for the charge dash? Started and completed. Okay. So this needs to be started. And then on completed, we need to set I think just set visibility off, at least for now. That Visibility off on completed. Okay. Nice. I thought I have ignore self on. Ignore self. Actors to ignore. Okay, so I think it's when it says ignore self, I think it's only ignoring the sphere. So is there a way to just... get SKM slime ball? Oh, I had the context menu or the by context off. Get overlapping actors. It's still hitting myself. Oh, maybe the face. Yeah, I think the face is not being considered. I don't think I can put that in there. Yeah, it's not an actor. I think it'd be this here. Oh. Maybe blocking hit. And try trace end instead. No. Okay, I see. That's just the end of the 1500. Okay. Try. No. Mm-mm. I want to say it's got to be impact, maybe normal. No, because impact is still going to be affecting me, I guess, or the slime. I guess it is setting the end location, which it's not I have nothing here telling it to like maintain that end location is where it needs to be. So it needs to constantly be updating the end location in that case. I do just want to fix the issue though with it attaching to the slime itself. Okay, yeah, so it is hitting there, but it is attaching to the slime for some reason. I would think that all actors of class, maybe VP slime ball. Okay, so then that has to actually go into here. Okay. It's still hitting me. What happens if I uncheck ignore self? Because you want to only set it when blocking hit is true. Blocking hit, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, so I want to branch, condition, blocking hit. Oh, okay. Okay. Ignore self again, I guess. Why are you hitting over there, silly goose? What does this have to do with trace complex, maybe? Because this is technically like a concave shape that I'm in. It is one shape itself. Thank you for the tip, though. That's definitely putting me closer to the result that I want here. Okay. Maybe let's go back from impact point here. Yeah, I think being in this little like concave shape is kind of making things a little more difficult. Let me load into a different map so I can be a little more certain. Or you know what? For right now, let's do this. Just gonna... Why not? couple more of these. Alt. Yeah, there we go. Alt. A couple more impact points. Reset rotation. There we go. All right. Yeah, it is. It is attaching to those. Oh. That's weird. Now it's not. Maybe it's because the length of the trace. Yeah, it's probably the length of the trace. Let's just set that to something crazy, I guess. I don't know. 10,000. Are you spawning it at 0? I am. The trace is starting at the get world location of the camera. And that is whenever this input action triggers. And I guess the cable. Yes, it's still maintaining its position in the center of the slime. If so, then it would appear correct when you are at the world origin and break the more you move away. Interesting. Okay. Seems like it's kind of holding steady there, although yeah, now it's, I guess maybe it's not like updating for some reason. End location. Is, yeah. This is the end location of the cable. That visibility cable. Cable visibility should start on off though. Visible, yeah. I thought it was starting on. That was weird. Huh. Oh, what just happened? Okay. The monitor like turned off for a second. I just checked. The cable end location is relative to the cable component. Okay, so this is not the right solution then here. As far as like visually attaching it to something. Maybe attach end should be off until I start this. Set attach end to. Nah, it's still getting all wonky. Weird. Okay. So I think I have to do something different than here. Keep attach start checked and set the cable component to world space. Then it will auto attach to the start. Auto attach the start to the player, and the end location will be in world space. Okay. Okay. So we'll go attach start. Set the cable component. Location world. Okay. Attach end should be unchecked, maybe? Maybe it doesn't matter for right now. Oh. Sorry for that interruption. My wife was telling me about this dog that's like running around outside when she went to like get groceries. It's a little Australian Shepherd that I'm pretty sure is like 4 or 5 houses down on the same side that we live on. I usually see them like kind of barking on the other side of a fence when I walk my dogs. That's what she was asking, trying to figure out if there's anyone on the street that lives here that has an Australian Shepherd. I'm pretty sure it's that house. So she's going to go check that out. Luckily, they're friendly people that live there. Okay. Keep attached. Sorry. Okay. Back to this. Keep attached start checked and then set the cable component to world space. And we'll auto attach to the start. Auto attach the start to the player, and then end location will be in world space. So we'll hit attach end. We'll uncheck attached end. Maybe like socket? Because I think I did just try to mess with that. Oh no. Okay. No. Not attach end. Yeah, now it's staying in the center. Definitely not what I want. So let's figure out, maybe I have to like set start. It's weird that you can't set like the start to be relative and the end to be absolute or world. It's attaching to default scene route. I don't know if you have that moving with the player at the moment. Yeah, it should. That is what this is for here. Or sorry, this right here is to make sure that the actor location moves with the ball itself. Maybe the route's not moving. Okay, sounds good. Love you. I guess I never really... I would think if the actor is moving, then everything under it should be moving as well. Interesting. But I could just bring the cable down to under the sphere. But I am curious, actually. I'm gonna pull off of this real quick. And actually, hang on. Let's go to default scene route. Get a location, get world location. Return value into a print string. Maybe I gotta do the print string first. Print string. Return value. Okay. Is it? Yeah, no, it's moving. Moving around. Weird. Let's see if this solves it, though, having it actually be a child of the sphere. Oh, if that's the case, no, it's going to move. It's going to rotate with the sphere. I think. Maybe. I don't know. No, it's not. Huh. I didn't really change anything. Put that back up here. set that to world as well. That is so weird. Is it setting the end location? Set attach end to. I think this is my problem here. Maybe if I just delete this. Let me just delete that real quick. See what happens here. No, didn't really change anything though. Patch into end location. Sets the end location. Delete that. See what other options can I change here? What if the end location should stay at 0 for it, like for the default? Oh no, that's the Z. Okay. So that could. Yeah, that could stay there. Oh wait, no, that doesn't change anything. I still haven't solved this problem. It's weird that the endpoint is moving with my. When I move, the endpoint moves. I'm playing around with it on my end. It's not attaching the way I would think. Yeah, I'm not sure why this is happening this way. You would think the logic that I have set up would, like this logic flow makes sense for it to attach in the way I want it to. It's weird that it's not. It's also interesting that you can't set the cable to have the start be relative, but the end be absolute. That's funny. I could shoot little cables that just like attach and hang. Interesting. If I uncheck the start, which is obviously not what I want, but a little humorous. All right, I have an idea. Ooh, what is your idea, bud? I wonder if like an event is needed, like an extra one of these events. No, because this is basically the same thing as if like I'm hitting any other component, like a box or like a trigger box. That wouldn't be it. Set the cable component's world location to your hit location in the cable component. Set the end to be attached to the player. Okay, so reversing. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Reversing the way we have it attaching right now. That way the end is always attached. You can use it. You can use the start as what you move around. Okay. Okay. Let's try that. So the cable, so we'll go transform, relative, relative. Well, no, I guess location would still be world. And then set the transform. We'll go set location. Set world location. Okay. I don't know why I made a separate one like that. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Okay, well, no, actually the end location is going to be self. Okay. No. Actually, the end location will be default scene root, I guess. Yeah. Why not? Maybe self is default scene root. I guess I was thinking that self would be like the cable itself. You won't set the end location at all. Okay. Oh yeah. Duh. You're right. Am I clicking Alt? There we go. So delete that. That world location to the impact point. Okay. The visibility. And then the end. End location is myself. Okay. Yeah, leave that. Oh, set visibility. Okay, yeah, I need the. There we go. File. Hey, look at that. That's more in line with what I expected. I just got to move that. Good idea. That was a really, really good idea. But the start location. I'm not sure why it's rendering like in front of me. See what I mean? I think it's where I have it nested. So let's go like sphere under there. Yeah. No, it's still doing the same thing. Set end location to 0, 0, 0. Oh, did I not do that? Oh, no, I didn't. 100. Good call. Look at that. That's looking like what I wanted it to do. What a great idea. I would have never really thought of reversing it like that. Or I guess I would have never thought that reversing it would have made any difference, but for some reason it does, which is so weird. You would think it would function exactly the same as how we set it up before. But it didn't. Okay, so then I need to have the start location essentially lerp over time from the origin of the character to the attachment point. So I feel like that should be pretty easy to do. I want to try to take a whack at that. See if I can come up with a solution for that that's not terrible. Okay, so set world location. I'm probably going to need a timeline. Here, no. No, because set world, set world location here, impact point here. Okay, so I do think I'm gonna need timeline for that. Yeah, let's try a timeline. I also don't need this print string anymore. I can get rid of that. True. Timeline. Add timeline. What? Oh, add timeline down here. Okay. Grapple shot timeline. Sure. Add vector track. Yep. I think I'm gonna close out all this stuff. Might not be vector track, but that is my first guess here. I think these can be closed. Okay. Rename. I want to say end location, but that might get me confused with how we have the logic set up. So I'm going to say start end location. And start end location. Oh, maybe not. So I feel like maybe I don't need a timeline. Because the timeline would be creating the actual value, and that's not what I want. I don't want the timeline to be creating the value. So maybe I'm not putting the vector here in that case. Maybe it would just be a float. Yeah, I think it would just be a float. We'll just call it grapple animation. Or maybe grapple, animation, speed. Sure. Yeah, so definitely not a vector. And I think just 0 to 1. And there was a shortcut to add these. Add a keyframe. Add key. Okay. So this needs to be 1. This needs to be 0. Yeah. And this time is at 0. This time would go 0.5. Half a second might be a little too long, but just to test that out, we compile and save. Just in case of a crash here. This would be play from start. Okay. I guess I could change the time from here. Interesting. So I don't have to go in it every time. Update. Okay, so I would be updating the I'm going to reference my other timelines and just kind of see how I have those plugged in again. Okay, so I'm just setting from the, okay. Tell me when you need a hint. Okay, I'll let you know. I'm probably close. I want to try to figure this out first, but I'm definitely sensing a need for a hint in the future. I'll let you know there. Okay, so it'll definitely be update. Is there a way to have an input? Because I just need it to go gradually from where the character is to where the impact point is. So I feel like I might need a vector here. Okay, I think I need a hint. Like there probably is a way to plug in the impact point to here, then output that from here to here. I probably need to plug in this location to the timeline itself. You want to save the current character location, the hit location, in variables and use the timeline to create a percentage between the two to update the location. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Save the current character location. So it's probably just default scene root. It's world location. Turn value. Go into here. Let's probably about variable. Variable. Current character location. Okay. So that probably needs to go in between here. Oh, I know you told me how to set like this between here. I can't remember how to do it though. I'm just gonna have to manually plug that in and there. Wait from start. Hang on, my cat's trying to bang down the door again. Wait, Siren, you're right here. My other cat. Domino also wants to attend the party. Okay. Current character location. Default scene route. Okay. I'm gonna make a couple of these real quick. All right. And then in the hit location and variables. Okay. So yeah, actually I need to get rid of this. Those things I just made out of here. Oh, that can probably over here. And impact point. Promote to variable. Move on over. That there. Okay, so set impact point. Let's rename that to grapple impact point. Okay. Okay, then use the timeline to create a percentage between the two to update the location. Okay. These are going to be moved over here. I guess the grapple impact point is going to new location. And move that here, this down here. Probably get rid of that. I'll just leave that messy for now. Okay, and then I need to update the feel like I'm back where I started now. I think update is it lerp? Am I using this to lerp? I don't think so. I don't think that's it. Oh. Like a vector lerp? Lerp vector. Okay. All right, actually, this is the solution. Okay, so grapple. Okay. Actually, this needs to come off. This plugs into here. And speed plugs into the alpha. I think this is the end and this is the start, if I'm not mistaken. So then that means that the impact point needs to go here. Current character location needs to go here. And then the update goes here. I think that's right. Yep. That is right. That's way too slow, but that's right. Cool. Awesome. Thanks for the help, man. Appreciate it. Always appreciate your help. That here, move that here. That like here. These up like here. Raise that up. Wonder if I can just type in a new time there instead of having to like. Oh no, I need to come out of here. Do like point. Actually, I'm gonna make it like a crazy slow speed just to see if that does change it. File. Yep. I think that's. I think at 10 seconds, just so I can really be sure. No, it didn't change anything. I think it's still half a second that it's attaching. Okay. Yeah, so that doesn't really make a difference. Just length. Oh, like the length that way. Okay, so that doesn't need to be longer than 1. So we'll just value is 1. That's just sets the time if you execute the set new time pin. Gotcha. Okay. So we'll do 0.2. Okay. Yeah, visually, I'm not sure how I'm going to solve the I'm not sure how I'm going to make this look pretty. That's going to be another challenge I'll have to tackle. Also, I could have swore that I had it. Oh yeah, it is disappearing when I. It's like sort of disappearing. I'm gonna have to change the input. I think from like. Where is that? Maybe canceled goes in there too. Yeah, it's probably going to have to be like a press and hold situation. Make sure you set your timeline length. Okay. The length is, I see. Okay. Let's also set that to 0.2. Yeah, it's going to have to be like a while held situation. So let's change the input. Actions. I think grapple. Triggers. I thought there would be a like a release. Maybe ongoing. Oh, it's constantly updating when I hold that. Okay, so not ongoing. Definitely not. That's going to be started. If I let it go too soon, though, if I just like click it, it like attaches and stays attached. It's definitely not what I want. So maybe triggered. Let's try triggered. I feel like that's also not going to be what I want. No, that's not what I want. Okay. Started is what I want there. Okay, I could have swore that I had it set like the same way. Here, let me look at the charge, the dash charge, input action. If there's any real difference here. Space, it should be the same. I don't have any triggers. Maybe I shouldn't have triggers? Changing action triggers affected one blueprint. Which one? Which one? Definitely this one. Let's save that. Yeah, if I like let go of it before it actually finishes. Then it just kind of stays there. But I do think I need to put in like a press and hold. Let's try that. We're going to try press and hold. Or just like hold. Maybe hold and release. Hold timer threshold. Affected by time dilation actuation threshold. Pretty sure you're setting visibility in the timeline update. Am I? I am. Okay. You are right. You are right. You're right. Okay, so this can probably go back to how it was. So let's trash that. I'm going to save that. You were totally right. So visibility should be like back here. Do like right here. Wait from start. Oh, because I don't have a target. There we go. Okay, cool. Yep, that was the problem. Thanks, man. All right, now I want to do the reverse. So when I let go, so on canceled or completed, I guess it is just completed. Yeah, on completed, I'm going to do reverse so that it retracts back. That up there. Literally just the same logic here. But I'm pretty sure these two flopped. But I think this time set visibility does need to go after, so that it doesn't disappear before that little retraction animation finishes. Go to completed. And then we're gonna swap these down here, that here, and that here. You could just execute the reverse pin. You're totally right. I could just execute the reverse pin. I don't know why I did this. You are totally right. You're totally right. Okay, so let's I'm curious to see if this worked. I'm going to change it in a second, but I'm interested to see if that does work. Nope, it did not. Okay. So we're gonna go with your solution. So completed. I would need a way to turn the visibility off, I think. I guess that part's not clear to me, but so if I just go from here to reverse, interested to see what that currently looks like. Yeah, so that's kind of funny. I like the little like whip back that it has, but yeah, I do need to I'm gonna have to have a way to go out from here into a maybe I still need to do what I was doing before. No, because update. Maybe a bool, just like set a bool, branch it from here, go like if it's going out. Yeah, like set a bool like here so that like enable grapple and disable grapple. so that it knows which direction to go. Finish if direction equals reverse, set visibility false. Oh. Oh. Oh, is that what this direction pin is? Okay. Okay. If just a branch, right? That's all I'm looking for, just a branch. Direction is remote a variable, maybe? I guess I'm not sure how to tell if the direction is reversed. Oh, equals. Okay. Finished. Double equals. I don't have any equals on this number pad? I swear I did. Okay, I'll just do it over here. That's a plus. Equals. Okay, and then branch. So here, off equals off direction. Oh, okay, okay. Is negative, I guess, yeah. Is there a direction value here? I guess. That it's gonna go here, yeah. Use the other one equals enumerator. Okay. Equals enumerator. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay. It's backwards. Set visibility. Did I already have that over here? Yeah, let's bring that right here. Is all right. That is what we need. What's nice too is that using the timeline to alert the distance like that, it pretty much always gives it that little like wobble back and forth. Whereas before it was just like spawning like an already attached cable. And sometimes it was wobbling, but like having it move is creating more of like that wobble, which is nice. I guess that time it just, no, it's still wobbling. It's just kind of hard to see. The wobble is fitting with the slime. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Oh. Oh? Can you set the slime mat on the cable? I can. Yeah, material. I did see the material slot. Let's go M slime ball. You definitely can. Look at that. I'd probably need to adjust it a little bit, but that's like about what we're wanting here. I'll probably make like an instance of it and adjust it a little bit so it looks a little more, probably more translucent than that. And something else that so I definitely want to find a solution that makes it look like it blends in with the slime itself. I've seen videos which look very complicated of it was like distance something, field distance, something like that. I've seen videos of people creating solutions where dragging two meshes together kind of like creates a little like bind between them. So that's probably going to be something that I would look into trying to solve just for the visual aspect here. But that's once I actually get a grapple mechanic down. That's like a polishing stage. But this is, we're kind of getting that issue again where I swear it's got to be something with the material that causes the little, like clipping. It's probably that same reason I wasn't able to get the particles inside to stay consistent looking, because right there it looks nice as far as like being occluded by the slime, like that looks accurate, but then like here it doesn't. I was getting, I think, that same issue with the particles when I was trying to add them. But ultimately I don't think I need to have those little bubble particles in there. I think that's more of a nice to have, but the game could still look polished without those little bubble particles. So if just something about the material prevents that, that's something I'd be okay with. Okay. Well, now I need to have the actual logic for like swinging itself. So I'm going to need all right. I know I can come up with a solution for this. So I'm going to need a way to prevent here. Let me look again at how I have the movement even being calculated. Because right now I'm essentially just adding a velocity to, so I'm using the timeline to charge a dash value, which is like a vector. And I'm using the X, which I think, so the X and Y pretty much would be the same here. Wait, let's go back. Using that, I'm dividing that. Oh wait, no. That's the charge meter. Sorry, no, that's the actual UI element. Down here is where I'm calculating the velocity of it. Oh, okay, those are little vestigial references. Okay, so yeah. All right, so we're getting the velocity, setting the new velocity, and adding the impulse. And that's based off of the actual dash charge value, which that's why I got so confused, because this is plugging into the UI, but it's also setting the value of the velocity. and it's based off of the forward vector of the camera. Der Reicher Squeezer. Sorry, I know I just butchered that. Hi, thanks for stopping in. I was scrolling Blue Sky some days ago and saw your post. Yeah, I made a post on Blue Sky and also on the subreddit for Unreal Engine, which gained decent amount of traction. There were a lot of people very interested in the look and like whatever solution for the malleability of the slime itself. So multiple people asked how it was done. Some people thought it was like a pre-rendered animation or some type of like cycle created for like a lot of people thought it was like preset. I think like a lot of people, like one or two people, thought it was like something preset. And a couple of people asked how the solution was even implemented in the first place because they wanted to create little slime enemies or characters for their game as well. So it created some traction on the Unreal Engine subreddit. I think it was like the same day that I posted it on Blue Sky. So it lets me know at least that there is some interest in the project currently, because multiple people said it looked like a fun idea or that it was a creative idea, which a big ego fluffer, that post. It gave me a little more motivation to keep on the track that I'm on. Because ultimately there is going to need to be like a review or opinion given from a larger group of people just to gauge interest or to gauge if this is even like a fun idea. So it gave me a bit more motivation to continue on with this project. German name, sorry, just learning UE by myself. Well, feel free to hang out while we also learn here together. I'm definitely still, I'm definitely still a early beginner with Unreal Engine. Although one of the viewers earlier pointed out, or I guess agreed with my take, that it might not be accurate to label my streams as complete beginner anymore. Maybe like early beginner or just like beginner is probably a better way to phrase it. And I probably don't need to have it set as learns Unreal Engine 5 anymore. I could probably just change it. At some point I want to change the title to reflect the fact that I'm making a game, maybe like my first game in Unreal Engine 5. So maybe like beginner creates their first game in Unreal Engine 5, or maybe I can make it like a first person title, like I, as a beginner, am making my first game with Unreal Engine 5. I just don't think the current title really is accurate anymore. So I'll have to come up with a different title. Just figuring out widget UI. Nice. I have the very basic fundamentals of the widget UIs learned. I've only enough to literally create like a main menu or just any kind of menu, like a pause menu, main menu, and set that to like loading levels. And then also this little charge meter, this like dash charge meter, which I could probably move that down since I've decided to lower, or I guess raise the camera, lower where the slime is fixed on the camera rather than being dead center. Having some problems that I can't go around at the moment, probably something obvious. What kind of problems are you facing? Not sure I'll be able to solve the problem, but I'm interested in knowing what the problem is, just in case it happens to be something basic enough that I can help with. Position. Move that like here. Yeah, that's probably. Oh. Okay, no. I thought for a second this was like preventing me from charging my dash, but it's not. wonder if I can actually use the cable component to affect my movement rather than having to separately code it. I'm going to check the actual cable component first. I have a pause menu that I open with tab, game paused, etc. But when I click tab again, it's not registering the button press. I even checked the execute while paused checkbox. I feel like I was having a similar problem, and it had to do with how I had the input mode set. So let me try to find that again. Pause, I think, is here. That sounds very similar to a problem I was having. Okay, so we have set input mode as game and UI. Okay, yeah, so I think you need to have your input mode set as game and UI, because if you set your input mode to UI, it is completely ignoring the inputs from your character. If you have your logic on the character itself, like the blueprint character, then when you set the input mode to UI, it no longer knows that it can take that input logic from your character. So if you set it to game and UI, it will listen for both any UI input logic and input logic tied to your character. I was having that problem as well. So check to make sure that if you are changing your input mode when you pause, have it set to game and UI rather than just UI. Which, if I come back over here, I thought I had, okay, and then yeah, so when you unpause, so this is the pause logic I have. It checks for if it's, so if it's not paused, you think you have it only on UI? Yeah, that's definitely going to be it. I had that same problem when I was creating this pause logic. So yeah, either at some point during the flow for it actually pausing, make sure to set input mode to game and UI, and then when you unpause, set input mode to game only. Unless you have your pause logic not on your character. Unless it's like in the game. I mean, I think either way, you still are going to want to have it set like this. So yeah, when you pause, make sure it's set to game and UI. When you unpause, set it to game only. It's on my character, yeah. So then you'll definitely want to do something like this. So yeah, if it's not paused, it branches. It checks if the pause UI is valid, and then it sets the visibility to visible. If it's not valid, then it creates. So this is basically, it's creating the widget, and it's checking if it's valid so that you're not creating multiple instances of your pause menu that you're setting visible and invisible. Anyways, who's that on the bottom left? That is my cat. That's Siren. Doing some intense cleaning. Yeah, she's essentially the mascot of the stream at this point. Yeah, that looks fine. I'll leave it like that. Okay. That's right. Want to check the cable. Enable stiffness. Able collision. I don't think this is going to be it. I don't think the stiffness is what I need, but yeah, no, that's not right. I need this to restrict my movement. Do you know by any chance all the exec nodes on the enhanced input node, what they do? Probably not. Chance all the exec nodes on the enhanced input node. So it depends on, I think, how you have the. Let me pull it up again. Where is input actions? I don't think that's here. No, so I think it is going to depend on how you have the input set, or like if you have any triggers set on it, or modifiers, I should say. Triggered, yeah, so it just occurs once after one or more processing ticks. Started an event has occurred that began the trigger evaluation. Triggered might also occur this frame, but event will always be fired first. I mean, the only ones that I use are started and completed. Let me go down to the pause one and see how I have that set. Yeah, so for pause, you just need started. Because the function, if you have a pause function, you just have it come off of started. And then have it check a Boolean if it's paused, like a variable, and then you want to set yeah, so you want to am I not setting a Boolean here? Where's the reference for this? Find reference by name. Set is paused. Okay, so it's setting paused, not paused. Hang on. I could have swore I had it set after this. Yeah, because this is just actually pausing the game itself. That's not changing the Boolean. I could have swore I had like a separate Boolean off the ends here that changed it from being paused and unpaused. I'm curious. Why did I do it this way? Do you already have any ideas for games you want to make in the future? Well, right now, yeah, I'm making like a slime platforming game. So if I go to a different level, so just basics right now. It's just get to the end. I just have platforms, and you're just trying to get to the end. But as far as like what other types of mechanics are going to be in the game, not sure. That's also why I created this little rope mechanic, because I want to be able to grapple onto things as well. So some type of slime platformer, but I don't know what the end result will end up looking like. I just know it's going to feature this little slime character. I do have other ideas for games that I'd probably like to make in the future after this. Like I've had ideas for like a herding game or like a taxi game. Do you know Human Fall Flat by any chance? Yeah. Yeah, I played Human Fall Flat. It's a good game. Enjoyed it. Oh, that's why. Okay. I remember why I have it set this way. Because it's based off of when I press it, it's setting it to either paused or unpaused. I want to make something similar, at least the movement physics aspect, and combine it with a moving company thing. Oh, buddy. I've got some bad news for you. I think that game already exists. Maybe you can make it more vertical, because this is less of like Human Fall Flat, and it's more of like Overcooked. If you've played Overcooked, there is this game called Moving Out that is
Product not yet rated.
Moving Out, yeah. Yeah, so I'd say this is more in line with like Overcooked rather than Human Fall Flat. So yeah, if you took this idea into like a Human Fall Flat like perspective and physics, then that's probably going to be much different than this. So yeah, different for sure. I think that's a pretty good idea for a game. I will say I commend you for, I don't know if this is your first game or not, but I commend you for making the effort for your first game to be multiplayer. That sounds difficult, or at least it sounds like it would add a lot more time onto the development. How far out in the future? Okay. Yeah, I definitely recommend getting some smaller, easier to create titles under your belt first. Which I could probably take my own advice on that. I mean, I don't know, platforming, just speed running a level. It feels like an easy type of project to create, but yeah, I do have other ideas for like multiplayer games that I don't feel anywhere close to equipped to create, and I know it would take a long time. So I'd like to have something I can create in like a year to 2 years. That'd be nice. Which this is probably going to be more like a 2-year-ish project that I'm working on right now, rather than just like a year. And I might come up with another idea for something even smaller that I can create in even less time. But right now, I feel like this right here is a good way to, what's the word? Contribute to my education with Unreal Engine, because I'm still a beginner for sure. Let's close this out. What's that? Close that. Okay. Cable forces. That. it applies to the particles in the cable. Okay. I think I'm going to need to create... I think it's a joint. Yeah, like a physics constraint. Okay. Yeah, I think a physics constraint is what I'm going to need. Okay. Physics constraint component. Physics constraint. Of constraint in body 1, component name 1, component name 2. Oh, does the mesh need to actually be... Oh, the sphere might need to be under the physics constraint itself. And then the constraint is maybe not attached. Position target. No. Yeah, I think that needs to be on the sphere itself. Or maybe not. it has to be by name. Okay. Really? It has to be by name? You rename this to Sphere Collision. And on the physics constraints, component name 1 is what it attaches to. So component name 2 is what be swinging from it. Okay. Okay. So then sphere collision. Sphere collision. It's weird that it has to be by name. Then I'm going to need to set the component name 1 based off of the result of the impact point here. So I don't really know how to get that. Not sure how would you get a name from an impact point. See, that's so weird. Like, it has to be location of constraint in body 1. Okay. Actually, so I think, yeah, so I need to get the hit actor, and then also the location would feed into position 1. So that would be constraint bone 1. That constrained components. Okay. I should create a second. Component 1. Would be the hit actor. No, not hit actor. Hit component. Okay, yeah. And what have I missed? I had to respond to a support message. I mean, not a whole lot. I'm just looking into physics constraints right now because it's seeming like that's going to be the solution to actually get the slime to swing. I was looking in the cable component itself, but it seems like the cable component is purely just like a visual representation. It's not actually going to be able to be swung from on its own. I need to have a physics constraint set up in order to do that. I'm looking at the Unreal documentation here on physics constraints. Oh yeah, the cable is cosmetic. That makes sense. Physics constraint is perfect for this. Oh, good. I'm glad I'm on the right track then. Okay. So I think I need to set, so I've already hit component is the component 1, but the component 2 is the sphere collision. Oh wait, physics constraint, which I feel like it's weird that you have to set it by name. I guess I'm not really sure how else you would set it for the components that are attached. But name for some reason just feels unnatural. And then the position 1, so location of constraint in body 1 reference frame, usually the child body for skeletal meshes. So I would assume that the position 1 needs to be where on this component it's attaching to. And I would think that would have to be the impact point. I think. You can set it with component 2 reference on that node. This one here? Are you talking about here? Get current swing. You were saying it's weird to set it by name. Oh, you can set it with component 2 reference on that node. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. These. Get sphere collision? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Then I assume that the impact point is going to be set. Okay, so that's not right. I thought it would be this POS 1, location of constraint in body 1. Oh, I guess that's component. That's not body. Okay. Yeah, I'm just concerned that it's going to swing from like the center origin of the component Like if I were to hit that huge cube, that it would like start swinging me from the center origin of the cube when I want it to swing me from like the point that I hit. So that's currently what I'm trying to figure out. Which I think it's got to be under the constraint here. Seems like I can remove that since I already have it referenced here. Main thing is you want to set the constraints world position to the impact point before you constrain anything, because that will be your pivot. Oh, okay. So world position, set world location. What's the difference between world location and world transform? I guess transform includes rotation as well. So we'll just do location. I don't want it to like rotate the constraint up and like zip me into the air. Okay. Set the constraints world position to the impact point. Okay. Before you constrain anything. Okay. So that's going to be... And if true, okay, so this all has to get dragged out over here. That too. Move that like way down here. Oh, sorry, little cable reference. Got left behind. I'll move you in a second. There we go. Make some room here for all this. All right, so this needs to be here. And then this goes here, and then that goes here. I think. A lot of spaghetti crossing over here. Let's organize our spaghetti real quick. I guess that one doesn't really matter. Leave that. Okay. Yeah, it seems like the position okay. Maybe that's automatically set based on the what's being attached to. Okay. Okay. Let's teleport. Whether teleport physics state, change the ragdoll. Not affected by the change in location. If false physics velocity is updated based on the change in position. Okay. not really sure what else I would do, so I'm just gonna just run it. Oh. Oh. What is happening? We're like kind of getting there, but it's, oh yeah, my velocity is still being affected even afterwards. So let's go ahead and fix that here. I have to unconstrain it. That makes sense. Oh, girl, where are you going? Gonna get down? Oh. Right, let's pull this down even farther. I think I can just do this, maybe. I'm gonna try that. And this can go into reverse. Are you trying to get out? Okay. Now I can turn off the cat cam for the time being. Put a little one of these guys here. And then component is none. That might be all I have to do. The blueprint self is not a physics constraint. Oh, duh. I don't need to make a copy of that. I can just come down here. There we go. Look at that. Oh. It's still constrained. That's funny. Yeah, he's just floating around right now. I think you want break constraint. Okay. Okay, that'd make more sense. Break constraint. I'm not sure if that's the right one, so I'm just going to drag off here and hit break constraints. Okay. That down here, on over here, and into there. Yeah. Would you look at that? That's it's looking like a grapple. Oh, that's kind of cool. I can still dash while on the grapple. Although I do need to touch a surface to reset my dash. So I'm wondering if I should add in another, oh. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so that's something I'll have to fix now. It seems like it's creating like a stiff object. It's not like slacking up, which I'll need it to like, yeah. So I'm basically just creating like a solid stick between me and the end there, which is not what I want. I'll have to fix that. You should give it a smaller linear limit so it's not rigid. There. Yep, perfect. That's exactly what I was thinking. Not in those exact words, but yeah, just so it's not so rigid. Okay. Oh no, that's the cable. Physics constraint. Okay. So you said linear limit. Yeah, so it's locked. Okay. What's 0 do? Yeah, it's still stiff. What if I just have it on free? Oh, I didn't even. Oh, it didn't tell me I needed to compile it, which is weird. Oh yeah, so now it's like just, yeah, it's not even gonna do anything because it's completely free. Limit, maybe like 10? Maybe it needs to be a higher number instead of a lower number. Soft constraint? Linear limit scale affects the absolute minimum of the 3D scale on a component. Okay. Maybe not then. Yeah. Axis means line axis. Maybe soft constraint? I'm just gonna toy with that. Oh. Well, stiffness. Is it between 0 and 1? I'm gonna find out. I think it is between 0 and 1. We'll do like like 0.5. Point 1? Yeah, that's not what I have in mind here. What if I leave it on free? Oh, no, it does need to be limited in some way. .01? Huh. Don't want that. Maybe there's some options here that are being hidden because of this search. Let me just. No, it's still coming up under linear. I think everything under linear is still coming up. Yeah. Try like 50 or 100 limit. Okay. Let's try that. 100. Huh. Maybe soft constraint needs to be on? No, I think soft constraint does need to be on. do soft constraint. Stiffness is, let's also put that on like 100. Yeah, this is starting to get, whoa. We're bungee jumping right now. Whoa, whoa, what is happening there? It's like getting to the end and immediately snapping me back instead of like gradually. That's funny. Dampening. Also try like 100 just to get a better idea of what it even looks like. Okay, so I see now. Put that on like 50. Maybe like 10. That would have to be done on tick if you want it, if you want to go that route. Oh wait, to get a proper rope-like effect, you have to disable the constraint whenever you are less than the start length from the impact point. That would have to be done on tick if you want to do that route. Oh, that's probably what I'm gonna have to do. I do like that it's kind of stretchy though. It's like I'm getting like a little bit of a bungee cord situation, but I see what you're saying. Yeah. In order to like actually have that slack, I'm going to need to disable it when I get to a certain point. Well, I mean, it's kind of doing it. It's not really acting very accurate. Let's quit this. I think I also want to turn on collision on the cable rather than having it like clip through. Also more segments, I'd imagine. I saw there was like a segment option here somewhere. Segments, okay. 20, okay, I guess 20 is the max. I didn't think the segments would like extend the length of it. Yeah, maybe that's not right. Cable length, maybe like 50. It's starting to look a little wonky. Let's put the segments back down to 10. Oh, it's the collision. I think that's making it all wonky. Yeah, the collision's making it wonky. Turn the collision off. Or just turn it way up. I want to see what that looks like. Yeah, it's just like clipping through, which is not what I want. I would like it to kind of bend. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. Yeah, it's probably not going to bend because there's a limited number of segments. And even if it does bend, it's not going to bend like in a spot that looks accurate. Hang on. I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom real quick. Okay. Oh, you're back. Scooch over there. You're gonna hang out in here? No, not here. Sorry. Over there. Go ahead and just disable collision for now. Nope. Sorry. Over here. You're the most stubborn cat I've ever met. Okay. All right, so disable the constraint when you're less than the start length from the impact point. So it's weird that that's not a setting in the physics constraint itself. Which I guess it makes sense. I agree so much. Yeah, I'm sure you spend a lot more time with these physics constraints and like cable components. So, yeah, makes sense. I wrote my own system for this because Unreal doesn't have a good way built in. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's so weird that that you can't do that. All right, so on tick, man, it's a bummer that you can only have one tick event, which I guess it's just based on the way it's programmed, but it's odd that like there's no way to have like a separate tick that is essentially the same tick. It's just like a different location for you to pull a pin out of. I have to like come over here and like drag off the ends of what's already on tick. All of this can probably be compressed horizontally. That's why you make functions. Right, but okay, yeah, I guess you'd put all this into a function and then put okay, yeah, and then just put the next function after that and after that. Okay, that makes sense. You're right. Yeah, honestly, all of this can get put into a function, except the timeline. I do remember at least that you cannot put timelines into functions. I think that's why I stopped just making them by default, which is it's not a good reason, but I think that's why I just always kept putting I'll make the function later to the back of the priority. Oh gosh, I hate that. Like it's straight when it's right here, but when I go to try to scoot it over, it like, oh well. Okay, technically the event graph isn't for actual logic stuff. As the name implies, it's where the events go. That makes sense. I never really thought about it that way. Okay. Oh, we got a cat back in the cat cam. Okay. Yeah, you are right. You are right. Okay. Let's make some functions here. Should probably stop putting it off. Jump. 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 That's funny. I don't know why that's funny to me, but seeing a jump function inside the commented jump is funny to me. And a jump input event. Oh, yeah. Jump input event, yeah. Jump, jump, jump. I forgot that I made this stupid little like 2-node function here. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, this is in need of a cleanup for sure. I could probably just put all of this here. Can I just expand? Oh, it's still here. Okay, so that didn't change anything. Duh. I didn't like delete it. I could probably delete. Yeah, delete. And then I'll re-add it. Let's expand all this a little bit, or I should say this. I guess actually not even that. We'll do like this. Move that over. Oh, I should definitely be including all of that there and that. Yeah. Put that here. Like this might not be. Wait, why do I have release dash sets the charge dash to false and then immediately tries to get the can dash? Oh, okay. Okay, I remember. I see now. I see. Okay. Let's conflating these two together. I can probably, oh yeah, actually move these over. Expand node. I think that was uncompleted, right? Yeah. Okay. So expand node. Completed into here. Probably get rid of these print strings. I'll just leave them there. Who cares? So I'll just put all of this into release dash. Delete that. Maps to function. Release dash. I don't have. Why do I have an underscore in this one but not the others? That's funny. And all of this will just go on charge dash. Oh, because I can't have the... Can't have the timeline. Charge dash. That's probably fine. Right, this can go... And just leave those there, that's fine. Those two function. Reset dash. I know, reset jump. I don't know why it's... Yeah, that was... Yeah, that's... A reset jump and dash. Okay. We'll just name that reset jump and dash. Okay. Okay, so all of this. I like to wrap all my input events together in a big comment. That's a good idea, actually. Input. Input here as well. Yes, reset isn't really input. I feel like I could probably still include it in there. Maybe. And for now, I'll just leave it up here. Okay, and then this is also an input event. So let me just make a function out of this bad boy here. Which I think if I do it like this, it should... I think it should have 2 outputs, maybe? We're gonna try it. We're gonna give that a shot. Collapse to function. Show message log. Too many output connections in selection. Break constraint is connected to grapple shot timeline. Previously found grapple shot timeline connected to set visibility. Okay. So I cannot do it like that. I will have to have that be separate. So I'm going to do this then. This is where collapsed graphs come in. Oh, I did not. Or macros. Okay. Oh, can I just collapse these nodes? Oh. Look at that. What? I don't really... I mean, I'm sure there's a big difference under the hood, but like to a beginner, this doesn't look like it's really any different than a function. It does visibly look a little different, but it seems like it's serving the same purpose as a function. Hey, where am I going? Where's the event graph? What did I do with that? Here's the event graph. I don't know why that got... Whoa. I don't know why that got closed. Collapse graph is cosmetic only. Gotcha. Okay. I was wondering if maybe you better just like put this right here into a function. If that's the case, I'll need to copy that, bring that here, break this, that there. And do one of these bad boys. So this will be maybe break these up a little bit, actually. So I think this should probably be a function. Macros are reusable collapsed graphs. Okay. I think this is just the line trace logic here, right? Okay. Okay. Well, why is what? Maybe that wasn't done right. I kind of want to go back and expand this again. I feel like I didn't do that right. No, they are. True and false are going into the set world location. Why? Why is false? What? Maybe I connected that by mistake. I'm not sure why false was also connected there. That's weird. Okay. Example, the for loop is actually a macro graph. If you double click it, it will show you the underlying blueprint code. I feel like I remember doing that at some point before and just being like taken aback that the for loop was essentially like 6 nodes in a trench coat. That makes a lot of sense though. Okay, so this is just line trace. Line trace from camera. The branch is not going to do anything. This branch here is not doing anything. Blocking hit. Oh yeah, I guess you're right, huh? Okay. I don't know why I did that. Interesting. Okay. It was before the collapse. Oh, It was doing something before I collapsed the node. Oh. Uh-oh. You need to output blocking hit and do the branch after. Okay. 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 Needs to be rearranged. Yeah, put that like there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. You should embrace control drag. What did control drag do again? Was that wait, was that how I did this? Was it? Oh, that's awesome. I feel like you told me about that before, and I just forgot, I guess. That's awesome though. I do, you're right. I do need to embrace that. Okay. And this is, there's lots of little things like that, easy to forget. That makes sense. All right, so this is probably, maybe I should set the grapple impact point before this. And just use that here instead of dragging off twice. I feel like that makes more sense. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Let's get rid of that there. Oh, wait. Just told me about that. Oh my gosh. I hit Alt instead of Control. And I guess I could just go right into there. Feels wrong for some reason. Not like logically wrong, but just morally wrong. That feels wrong. Okay, so and that would go into there. Okay, set current character location. And that's got to go over here. We should put both of those in between here, actually. And then actually control drag that and then down there. Well, I guess that's what this is for. Put that there. Okay. And then this. Yeah, so only if that's true. Okay. I could also just set like the hit component here as well. You promote that to variable. And then get rid of this. Hit component. That here. Okay. Shift delete is another favorite of mine. Oh. Oh, is that okay? So that's, I think I remember that one that you explained. I'm pretty sure, for example, if I were to like shift delete this, it would just connect these two lines between it. I do remember that one now. Okay. Then this goes into set visibility. How do I want to organize this? Guess I could, yeah, just collapse these down. Well, yeah, that does need to be before that, doesn't it? All right. We'll just collapse these into create a function to create the physics constraint. This is a pretty good function size. Oh, like the graph itself. These guys right here. I wish I could, yeah, wish we could put these bad boys into a function, but it makes sense that you can't. I tried to put a timeline into a macro as well before, but it also did not let me do that. Create constraint. Physics constraint. Oh my gosh. Like I want these inputs to be here. No, not create physics constraint. It would be set location and set physics constraint location and components. Might be a better name. Yeah, I think I want these inputs to be here. That would make more sense in my head for some reason. Maybe not. It just feels like extra work for no reason. Set location and components. Set physics constraint, location, and components. Constraint for grapple. Yes, that's a much better. Constraint for grapple. Much better name. Thank you. Okay. I'm probably just gonna have to leave that, the set visibility, as its own node. This can just stay like that there. Oh, I don't think I can include that. I don't think I need that. Oh, it's because it's got two. I see. Okay. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe this doesn't need to be a function. It's 2 nodes here. Grapple. This is looking clean. Thank you. You're right. It looks a lot better than it did before. lots better. Okay, so begin play, stay there. All that stays there. I feel like this could just be, yeah, its own little thing there. And maybe just put that into like tick. All right, so I feel like tick, begin play. Oh, should be up here. Go back there. What are you doing? Yeah, then the input actions. We're saying put them all into one comment. So we'll leave those there. I guess, I don't know. I feel like I want to include this into that. But maybe it can just stay off by itself. I think this can be like grouped with like grapple and such. I wouldn't. It's a physics event. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, grapple does need to be into the input actions. But pausing at the top, because that just feels like an essential input. To like that. These also feel like essential inputs. Not sure why. Oh, wait, I think you said, hang on, it was shift delete. I think if I shift delete these, yeah, I don't know why there's those extra reroute pins. Did not need to put those there. So these are also essential inputs. Put these like right here. Oh, maybe like right here. Okay. Probably put grapple like over here. Maybe I'll put these on the left just because these are like the default movement inputs that are just already part of that were already part of the project when I created like the default Unreal project. So I'm just going to put those there because those are essential and were already present. These are the essential ones that I made. Like there. I feel like I'd want to have the movement ones together. So maybe like I mean, this is probably fine. Just pull these guys in here. Pull that in. Pull this in. Look at that. It's looking fancy. Yeah, that's probably fine for now. Input actions. It's looking organized here. All right. Let's pull that over a little bit here. Pull that out there. Sweet. What was I doing before I started this insanely long tangent of organization? Oh yeah, the physics constraint. Oh gosh, yeah. So I need to add more to tick. Euphoria. Yeah, look at that. That organization. Clean. Oh gosh, I can close out of all of this. Wait, what was this? What is happening right here? This looks bugged visually, so I'm just gonna close that. Let me make sure I didn't break anything. I think we're still good. I don't know why the slime looks like it's moving just a little bit differently than it used to, but it still looks fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm overthinking it. Okay, we'll close that. Close that. Let's start from this end here. Close the pause, close the jump, close the release dash. Close the reset, jump, and dash. Close create dynamic face material. Close that collapsed graph. Close the line trace from camera. And another collapsed graph for some reason. Oh, that goes there. Okay. All right. This is clean. Love it. Okay, so now I do need to get something going with tick here. Maybe I should move tick like right here because I'm probably going to eventually need to expand tick more. Or I could just do it like this. I could just move this down. Should probably scale vertically like this rather than like trying to set things next to each other in that fashion. It's probably better, but I still want to put tick right here because it is like an essential built-in event on the engine. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. All right. So I do want to kind of toy around a little bit more with the constraint. For some reason, the constraint has a visible option. Is that just everything underneath it? No. Draw the primitive. I mean, I don't want it rendering something it doesn't need to render because we're already rendering the. Yeah, we're already doing that. Also, I don't think I need to. Grapple. I don't think I need to have the debug or the line trace show. Do not draw debug, compile. I feel like for some reason it is. Oh. Yeah, for some reason, when I click on a collapsed graph, it like replaces the tab that the event graph is in, which I'm not. Oh, but then when I click back to the start, that's so weird. That's so weird. I don't know why it does that. But it doesn't, ultimately it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, because it's inside the event graph, which makes sense. My brain wants it to like open in its own tab when I click on it rather than like taking place of that tab. Because when I go back and click the inputs here, it does create a new tab for the event graph, but not for the collapsed graph. Which I'm sure on some level makes sense, just initially to me feels a little wonky. Okay, so we're still... Okay, yeah, that's still looking just fine. And then I need to disable a constraint when it's under a certain threshold. So then that will be over here. I use the back button on my mouse. Never noticed that. Oh yeah, I guess there is a back button right here, isn't there? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I know that the thumb mouse button is used as a back button. I just never use it as a back button because I guess I'm just so used to using it as like a utility slot in a game. I pretty much always will bind like grenade to the mouse button if there's like a grenade in a shooter or like some type of like single ability or utility or something. It just depends on the game. Although recently I've gotten used to using it for voice comms because Counter-Strike has it as voice comms by default. So I've been starting to use it on, for voice comms in certain games. I'm trying to get more used to using a keyboard button for like a utility or grenade. That's funny. I always forgot I can bind those in games. Yeah, it is my preferred way to use utilities like that. But if I'm in like a very fast-paced, like competitive game where I need to voice comm with people, I like having it on thumb mouse button nowadays because I don't have to take my hands off of like any movement keys. I can just voice comm with my thumb. Okay, so I need to... Girl, you gotta not be right on the keyboard. Physics constraint. So I need this here. Get physics constraint. And just break. No, probably not break constraint. I need to, I think, essentially set the threshold to 0. Or like have no type of like threshold for the constraint if it's under that, rather than trying to like break and reattach the constraint. For some reason that makes more sense to me. Okay, so let's come back down to... Man. Grapple. There we go. Brain is starting to get to that mush section of the evening. Okay. So this is just the visible section of it. I guess I could just leave that open. I want to look more over here. Yeah, over here. So I need to set the... I guess just set linear limits to free. Oh, I have to do it each individually. Okay. So what is the difference here? I guess nothing. Oh, I see. I see. This is like from this specifically, and this is like if I was doing it independent of that. It's the same thing. That linear X limit. Oh, goodness. See, I want one of these, but has like all of them together, which I guess I could just make a function like that. Or a macro or whatever is easiest. Okay. I think that's what I'll do. Actually, we'll create like a little macro of it. Well, that's if it's okay. So it has to be if it's under a certain distance. I need to get the distance between my character and the point that it attaches at. So that would be grapple impact point. Yeah, so I already have current character location and grapple impact point. So I guess, well, those are vectors. I guess I could do vector math here. Get. Move you off to the side for a sec. Papa's got to do vector math. So I guess I would just need plus. Yeah, I guess just plus add. Yeah, just add them together. So like a get distance? Get distance too? Yeah, maybe get distance too. No. Okay. Wait, isn't there a I swear I have like a hit actor or hit component. Yeah, hit component. Between self and hit component? No. Let me go back into this here. Like maybe it'd be easier to just do the location and the impact point, and if it's just like under a certain number, that might be easier. Yeah, let's try that. Is less than. It's less than or equal to is doesn't really matter which one. Also, I'd calculate the distance once in the constant for grapple function or constraint for grapple function. Okay. 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 Let's get that out of here. Well, Control X. We'll cut that so I can paste it. No. Yeah, that's constraint for grapple. Grapple impact point. Current character location. Just do like a set, yeah. Set distance. Grapple release distance, I guess. That's what I'll call it. Remote variable. Grapple, no, not release distance. Be grapple. Grapple constraint floor. Like the lowest floor it can be at, maybe. Grapple constraint length, yes. You were so right. Grapple constraint length, because we're just storing the distance. We're not storing like the... Okay. That makes much more sense. Like here. That here. That here. Okay. Grapple constraint length. File. Oh, why did I hit play? Oh, why did I expand that? Oh my gosh. Brain, come on, you can do this. I know that you still got some juice left in you. Oh, I could just hit event graph right here too. Okay. And then it should just be less than. No, that's got to be a branch. Branch. It's less than. So grapple constraint length is less. I got to do less than from that. Is maybe like a vector. There is a distance function for vectors. Oh, okay. I think that should be the one I need. Okay, yeah, so does this plug into less than? Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. That there, put that right there, grab those boys, put that here. Why do I feel like something's got to be right here? This would be the current character location, I think. Change grapple constraint length to a float. Okay. This could break connections. I'm going to search all variable graphic and changes type and recompile. Okay. And that's still fine right here. It looks fine. All right. Cool. Interesting. Use that function as the change. Use that function as the calculator. Okay. So I guess I don't really need this then. Yeah. Less than. Actually, this is what I want to do. Before I determine what the number is, we're gonna print string. I'm gonna plug this in here just to see what I'm dealing with. As far as like failed building connection with vector is not compatible with float double precision at vector plus vector. Where is that? That's where distance should be. Okay. So that, yeah, so then that means I have it. Sorry, I guess I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the issue here. Just give me a second. I could probably figure it out. Replace the error with distance. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Get rid of that. Vector distance. Okay. Okay. There we go. Picking up what you're putting down. File that. Let's go back to the event graph. Okay, and I just want to see what the length is. I guess it's not always updating, huh? And it's always going to be different as well. I guess if it's, I'll get the distance. If it's less than this number right here, then it turns off. Okay. Okay. So if we got the grapple constraint length, come on, brain, you can do this. You got juice still in you. I know it. I need to. I feel like I need another variable that I'm setting on tick. Calculate grapple distance again on tick, but using the spear location as the character. That's your right now. Okay. Then compare. Okay. Gotcha. So let me take a look at this again. So basically just kind of copy that. Put that over here, but this is getting rid of this. Get rid of that set. And this would be, okay. We just need to set another variable. So we'll go route variable, set. This new variable. It's going to be character distance from grapple. Distance from grapple hook. Perfect. Distance from grapple. Maybe distance from, yeah, hook is fine. Hook is perfectly fine. All right, and then this. Guess I didn't really need to create another variable, did I? I could have just plugged that right in there, but Oh well, we got the variable here. Okay, so if that is less than this, beautiful. Scooch that over. It is less than this. Oh, let me get the constraint, physics constraint. Then it was set, yeah, linear x. And then same thing, just set y. And it's important to check against the sphere location, though. Technically, current character location should be named grapple start location. Oh, you're right. You're totally right. That is why it is important to name variables as accurately as possible. You're totally right. Start location. Okay, so this should be current character location. Got it. Okay. Let's get this. Let's move that up. I don't know why I thought I already had one for current character location, but maybe not. All right. So I'll just do. Oh, it's already in self, so I can just get actor. I guess actor location, yeah. Target self. Okay. It's that, yep. Okay. Set linear z limit. Okay. I think that is good. Then I need a way to reset it back to limited. So if it's false, then I'm always setting the limit. Collapse these to a function with a bool input. All right. Input, Boolean. Let's name this function. Oh. All right. Set meant just the linear limit parts. Ah, that makes more sense. Okay. Let's go back over here. We'll expand. That here, this can probably, well, set free. Don't know why that's funny to me. Delete that. Then you can map the bool to changing between free and locked. Okay. Collapse to function. So we'll call that I guess this should probably be promoted to a variable, right? And then no. Should I name this? Ditch the branch, put the bool straight into the function. Okay. The parameter in that case it should be is greater. No, it is under distance under is distance under threshold or something like that. Oh, should free. Even better. Should free. I'll just name this to free constraint limits. Free constraint limits. Or maybe set constraint limits. Okay. And then branch. Okay. Pick the yellow one. The yellow one. And get rid of that. Now just drag off. Now just drag off one of the constraint type pins and type select. Constraint. Okay. Select. Oh. Limited, I guess. And that goes into all of these, I suppose. Put index into the should free bool. Okay. Oh, interesting. It's a wild card, so it auto changes. Okay. Oh, my other cat wants to get out. Can I go out, Domino? I feel like I just wanted to Get rid of those. Don't have to worry about dragging around the reroute pins or reroute nodes. Okay. Should free an index into the as well. Okay. And then I guess if it's set to limited, then it's going to go based off of the limited or the, here, watch. If I go back over here, if I have it set to limited, I would imagine it's going to use the values over here that I already have set for limited. Then just set those values to what they should be. Should free true equals free. Okay. Free. Okay, yeah. Should be limited and then free. Interesting. This is a neat node right here. I didn't even know something like this existed. And the value would be 100, I guess. Let's just that at 100, that at 100, that at 100, compile. Select node can be your best friend. Yeah, it seems like it. It's really interesting. It's pretty cool. Maybe the limit should be a little bit higher. Let's do like 300. Oh, what am I doing? I should make this a variable. Limit size. Beautiful. Gosh, this is a mess. Maybe a higher limit. Let's do like 500. And I think the I guess I could have changed it here. The physics constraints. Soft constraint should be a little bit higher. Dampening of the soft constraint. Wow, is that what that is? Soft constraint, dampening. It's the dampening of the soft constraint, only used when soft constraint is on. It feels like it's repeating the same thing multiple times. Like that didn't really make the description of that any clearer. I find that funny. I'll crank that up to 100 just to see like how much it really is going to change that. Let's increase the stiffness on the soft constraint. Maybe I should change the limit size. How controllable do you want this? Honestly, not yet. Not quite sure yet. It's something I wanted to toy around with. Maybe a lower limit is better. If I have a higher limit, I think it can. I think ultimately I would like to have it. Yeah, the lower limit is better. Ultimately, I would like it to be able to retract in some way. I think. Again, I'm not entirely sure. I might want it to be able to retract. I might not. It just depends. Lower limits will have players doing trick shots. Okay. So I want to lower the limit a little more, but then increase the springiness of it with the soft constraint. So let's try like 50. And oh, I passed it. It's up here. Stiffness. Trying to understand the difference between stiffness and like the dampening. So I think if I lower that, it's going to be less springy, right? So like 50. More dampening equals less spring. Okay, so let's reset that then. Oof. Well, that's not what I want. That's funny. Maybe like 10. Okay, that doesn't feel bad. This feels fairly springy. Wondering if maybe I should detach the, or not have the cable be tied to the sphere collision. Maybe this can go outside of it so that we get less jitteriness. No, it's still going to be jittery. That'll probably be my next project, is getting a little less jitteriness with the cable there. Doesn't seem like it really made much of a difference. Yeah, I like this level of springiness. Although sometimes it feels like it does just kind of like randomly snap back in a way that doesn't feel like an equivalent of the velocity it left at. The built-in cable isn't that great. That makes sense. I probably have to have some other solution. Wonder if there's a way to change, like to still have the like the cable, but to change the mesh on the cable itself. Or if that's really like, that's it. I'm gonna mess with the physics constraints a little more. Do a little more springiness on that. So sure, like 5. I could hook you up with my custom one next week maybe, but that would require getting C++ set up on your system. Might be too early for that. It might be. It might be. I'm not entirely sure. I don't have. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I do not have any C++ experience, so I really would not know what the F I'm even doing, to be quite honest. Like 20. I definitely know how to change values, but I wouldn't be able to like add or change anything logic wise with it. But let me tell you, I can change a variable or two. I know how to do that. It wouldn't require any coding, just installing it. Oh, yeah. No, that's easy enough. I might already have it on this computer. I mean, it's the same thing as like you're just installing a package, I believe, correct? Yeah, that sudden snapback I'm not crazy about. Visual Studio Community plus build tools. Oh yeah, I could do that. That shouldn't be hard at all. I suppose that's what you meant when you said less springiness. Oh my gosh. Like that is like the springiness you're talking about. I do need to find a balance there, I think. Maybe like 8. I feel decently satisfied with this level. Springiness. Back to 5. Just to see how that looks as well. Two, maybe? That's a little too springy. Also a little too springy. I don't know, I kind of liked 8. Try 6. Oh, maybe 10. This is probably fine for now. Say that as I keep messing with it. It's about bedtime for me. Yeah, it's about bedtime for me too. I should probably hop off here. This is more than enough for one night session. Well, thanks for hanging out, man. You have a good night. I'll catch you next week if you are able to stop by. Greatly appreciate it. This is my longest stream I've ever done. 5 hours and almost 20 minutes. Holy moly. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate all your help. You have a good night. And anyone else that was here watching or hanging out, thank you. Appreciate it. And I will catch y'all next week. Peace.